fucking cold.
Welcome to the Play Compile live stream.
I need to find my nail clippers. I don't know where my nail clippers are since I rearranged my room. Got the new furniture.
On Twitch, Dreamyeoman says, Play Compile is now live streaming software in game development, recreating London's underground Unity.
Oh, that's actually made my fingers go all frostbitey. Right. Now they're all itchy. Give me a second, let me just check something. Do I have nail clippers in here? Or do we need to go hunting? Oh, they're in here. Okay, brilliant. Found them! Yeah, I thought I'd try to put everything in here, so I've got place for them now. I'll leave those out, so I remember to do them. I'll do this later. Drink. Where's my vape? Oh, did I leave it in my coat? Did I leave it in my coat? Just a sec, I think I might have. Ugh. Okay, give me a sec. Fucking hell. Yes. It was in my coat. Okay, so we should now have
on YouTube at Typical times 787
trim
says,
materials, but we
welcome
don't.
back, Cappy, so I'll hop back on Twitch shortly.
No worries. Sorry about that. It should have renamed it as train. Okay, maybe it's not assets imported. Oh, it's assets import, that's why. Okay, that's why it didn't work. Alright, run it now. What we should basically see is train front get pre-pended to the materials, meshes and various other things. Okay. Yes. Okay. URP. Let's get the music back on. Glass, transparent,
On Twitch, Hikikoi times 787 says, attempt 2 on creating your own London tube on Christmas Eve.
yeah. Okay, so we have a carriage.
Are you going to create the trains like the real ones, or are
Wait,
you
was
going
that
to spice
that
it
was
up
the
instead, Cappy?
carriage? Shit, I renamed. Oh my god, I renamed the wrong one. You fucking me. So that is the carriage. No, that should have been the front. Oh, maybe it is. Is it the front that side? Yeah. Yeah, okay, there's the front. Okay, now that's correct. What was your question? Can we create the trains like the real ones, or am I going to spice it up? I don't know yet. First of all, I want to pass the technical challenge of it all. So in the same way that Uma Musume recreated all of the Japanese race tracks, I'm going to recreate the London Underground. and then try and build a game around that. That's as much as I know right now. I have some ideas, but I'm not setting anything yet.
Canthy says, "Good morning, Sawyer bot. That could look good. You got tear luck on those banners. Just quest marker was broken."
What? Oh, yeah, the game you recommended to me, yeah. Yeah, I couldn't figure out where the hell I was supposed to go next.
Canthy says, "The game you tried."
But it was kind of crap anyway. Right, so this one would be train carriage. Okay, import that one.
Pikakoi times 787 says, "One day in the future you could be on train to find afterwards you hop onto a bus."
So there's a carriage. Put the carriage there. Then I want resource rename it again. Run it.
Canthy says, "I found another game on PC you might want to look at coming soon."
What is that? Train carriage. Train carriage. Train carriage. Okay. Yeah, looking good. Materials for train carriage. Set to URP. Lit. Then train carriage glass. Now we could share materials actually. It's fine, I'll just keep them as two separate ones for now. Transparent. There we go. The other ones were a bit darker, I think. And it had a bit of metallic on it. Okay, that's already got metallic on it. Okay, that's looking okay. Right, so now we can connect carriages. I need to like thingy them.
Pikakoi times 787 says, "Canthy, hopefully it won't be like the last one, or otherwise Cappy isn't going to be interested at all."
So what we would probably need to do, because I think they have these bendy bits, right? So this is where you have like a bendy bit. That's going to be an interesting challenge. And so I'd need to create some kind of dynamic bendy bit which connects those two door pieces together. And then as we're traveling along the rails, this is where obviously the train can bend and diverge around corners and things. Okay, so that's cool. Mainly I'm getting this in here right now for scale. So next thing I want to do is take a look at the map. Let's just get rid of those for now. So model would be map model. Okay. So let's go and get a picture of the London Underground. Because each line has a color, I believe. Now I don't know whether this is the whole underground. This all, for some weird reason, this all has one material as well. That's not correct.
Canthy posted a link.
So I need to create a material for map text. And then we can see all the text options here. There we go. Right, I don't know what these numbers represent, but we don't need them, I don't think. I don't know, we might need them. Or maybe I'll just hide them for now. They don't have any meaningful name. I'm not sure what those numbers represent. Okay, so these are like numbers. So I'll rename them as such, I think. Right, I need to unpack this prefab. Unpack completely. And we were starting from that one. So we do
Code 10787
number.
says, what I know about the tube is the trains are all the same no matter on which line you're on, with the famous London Underground sign on the outside of every station building or stairwell.
Text number 1. 2. So we're just getting organized right now. 4. I don't know if I'll need these, probably not. I'm not sure what these numbers represent. Okay, so there's numbers 1 to 6. I'm just going to turn them off for now. Alright. So this particular underground covers Watford, Chesham, that's not the whole map. What the hell, that's tiny. That is, yeah, that is the very top left. Watford, Chesham. Okay, then in the bottom left we should have Heathrow terminals. Yeah, we've got the whole map here. These texts don't want to be casting shadows as well, so we want to turn shadows off. Lighting. Shadows off. There we go. Actually, we should probably turn shadows off this whole map, actually. What's this link? Dragon Traveler. That's the same. Oh, coming soon. Yeah, I think that's already in my wish list, you know. I don't know whether it's the same franchise as the one that I played. Yeah? You feel any better yet?
Stomach's bad. I've had really painful feet as well. I've had to find myself.
I wonder if first some foods disagreed with.
Just a little bit.
Okay, Woolwich Arsenal in the bottom right. How do you scroll? Yeah, Woolwich. I don't know where Arsenal. Oh, there's Woolwich Arsenal. Yeah, this is the whole map. We've got the whole London Underground here. This is cool.
Have you heard of the games called World
Epping-
of Subways Cappy, since one of their games
Epping
they
in
covered
the
the
top
London
right.
Underground?
Yeah, Epping in the top right, pretty much. Cockfosters, seriously. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough, me old chappy. Okay, so what do I plan to do? Well, I'm going to use this map for two things. First of all, it's going to be a map for as an interface. And then secondly, it's going to be expanded to real world scale. And then I'm going to model the lines against the map. And then we're going to place stations there. but I've never quite done anything like this, so I'm not sure how exactly I'm going to go about it. So it may well be that the world is the map. I don't know yet if I can. That would be better, but I don't know if I can pull that off. The world is the map. Because it's underground. The map could directly correspond to the world slightly above the world. So what we could end up with, this might be the best way of doing it, is if you imagine the map is real world scale, right? And then we model the actual version of the world underneath the map. And then that way, when we show the map, we just show a bird's eye view of the world. And so wherever we click on the map, directly below it, let's say we click on Oxford Circus, directly below Oxford Circus map edition will be the real Oxford Circus Underground. That way we can set the coordinates and everything for the game. I don't know yet. That might be the way to do it. That might be the way to do it. Anyway, first thing I need to do is color these lines because it's kind of hard. Everything's white right now. We lost all the materials. So we need to reassign materials. So this map has certain lines. So we've got Bakerloo. Let's start with Bakerloo. So what color is Bakerloo? Goes this way. Is this Bakerloo? It's been a while since I've been on the London Underground. It passes through Oxford Circus. I don't know why we lost the original materials.
One day in the future we'll have games the size of Earl, but the problem is the power of a computer isn't enough to make a game like Earl, though even though computers one day will reach that power to make one.
We're not limited by power. You don't have to display everything all at once. Look at Genshin Impact. Runs on a mobile phone. Look how big that world is. We're not limited by power. You could model the entire world if you want. Well, Google Earth literally does that. You could well, look at Flight Simulator. That is basically taps into Google Earth and lets you fly around the world as it actually is. No, we already have the technology to do whatever we want. It's just a lot of work. And people aren't really looking for that, so like, you know, if right now you can make more money by selling PNG waifus in a generic fucking Genshin clone ripoff, so, and it's way cheaper than trying to remodel the entire world in a game that probably wouldn't make any money anyway. So that's why we don't have it. Right, this was the map that I downloaded. I don't know why we lost all the colours. Okay, so it looks like Bakerloo is this grey one, I think. So should it be grey? Yeah, I think it should be grey. Okay, so the best thing to do is we'll copy the map text and we'll make one for each line.
Some people would say if computers had that power, then why hasn't GTA done it yet and just combined their cities together like the Crew game but bigger and wider?
Because they don't want to. They don't need to. Why would they give you the whole world? Which would take them fucking decades. Look how long it takes them to make one city. It's taken them 10 years to make one city. How long do you think it would take them to make the world? It would take them forever. That's number one. Also, they're not going to make as much money doing it like that. Even if they did do that, then you'd have no reason to buy the next GTA after that, because they wouldn't be able to give you a new city because they've already done them all. So no, it's more profitable for them to just make one city like they do. They're doing it the way they do it is more profitable, and they can do it a lot quicker. I'm just saying they could do it if they really wanted to, but they don't want to. It's not lucrative enough, and it would take too long. Okay, so our Waterloo line is grey. Sorry, our Bakerloo line is grey. Central line is obviously the one that runs through the centre, so that would be red, I think. Yeah, that's the red one. Okay, so we want to make a red line. So this is central line. And it wants to be bright red. So we'll apply central line to central line. There we go. So now we have a red central line. Okay, what's next? Circle line goes around in a circle. Is it yellow? That's yellow. Yeah, it's definitely yellow. So we have circle line. Now I don't know if the lines have official colours or not. Or if this is just the modeler's choice. I think they do have official colours. Okay, so we now have our yellow line. It's maybe a bit too yellow. There. District line. Which one is district line? Okay, it runs along the bottom. I think that's the white one. White. It's already white. I might make it light grey. So this one is district line.
You know, some out there think of GTA Online as one big collection of their maps to combine into one, so they think you can go back to Los Santos from the shiny new Vice City in GTA 6 Online instead of just separating them up.
Alright, for now we'll just match what the other one's doing. It might be better to make default some really obscure colour for now. Maybe make like a mid-grey. Might be easier to see what we're doing. Yeah, I think so. Okay. I mean... Next up is Docklands. Wait, I don't know why you're going on and on about GTA. Which one is Docklands? Docklands is over on the right. Goes to Beckton. Shit. That looks like a pale green to me. It's like a pale green. Like that. Next up is East London. It's just like a little twig. East London.
It's just interesting since they wanted to go real life size too one day. Canthia says, the only thing that would make sense merge GTA Online with the new GTA 6 maps on the online so people won't lose their progress, but they might not care and just wipe your progress on GTA 6 Online.
I don't think you say they want that. I don't think they do want that. They want to make money, that's all they care about. But I don't think they necessarily want that themselves. You might want it, but they don't. Because the developers know that would be hell on earth to develop. So they won't want that. And again, it wouldn't make them as much money, so the CEOs wouldn't want it either. So I don't think they do want that. I think you want that. East London. I admit it would be quite cool, but again, I don't know. Wouldn't they just look at old No Man's Sky? Look, if you want to go to 6 quintillion planets, you can go there in No Man's Sky, but there's only so much you can do, so they all just look the same. Like once you've seen 6 or 7 different planet varieties, you've seen them all. A real world GTA would be similar to that. It's just too much work. If you want to see what real world satellite imagery can do, play Flight Simulator. Well, you can't, you've got a mobile phone. Look at Flight Simulator from Microsoft. That shows what you can do with real world geometry. Sure, it looks okay flying around in a plane, but you can't model each and every city that you fly over, because someone's got to actually model all of that. And who's going to do all of that? It's too big of an undertaking. It would take too long. Like, is it technically possible? Yeah, but it's just, like I said, it's just not it's just not financially lucrative enough. If any game did it, a gacha game could maybe do it, and it would have to be more successful than Genshin Impact, and it would take years and years. And they'd have to release areas.
GTA Online at the beginning
They'd have to
as one big
piecemeal
collection,
release
and the only
each
thing they
area.
need to do is make the airport accessible in each city they create instead.
Well, do it then. If it's that easy, just go do it. Go on, off you go. I look forward to playing it. Hammersmith. No, the only game that could ever make that happen, like I said, is a gacha game like Genshin. And each year you'd get a new city, and the game would have to run for decades. I mean, realistically, do you know how many fucking cities? Well, let's find out, shall we? How many cities? Right. Right, there is somewhere between 100,000 to 150,000 cities around the world, right? So, even if you were making a Genshin Impact style gacha game that released 10 cities a patch, it would take them 15,000 patches to release every single city around the world. So, nobody would live long enough to see it. I don't think you realize the scale of what you're asking for. It's ridiculous. Do you know what the development cost of that would be? It would be like 50,000 Genshin Impacts, trillions and trillions of dollars to develop. I don't even think you probably wouldn't find enough like modelers to be able to do it, to be honest, around the world. It's probably not enough modelers in the world to make that right now. Now, at some point, maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll get more geometric data from satellites or whatever, and then some AI can maybe roughly more. But you're just going to end up with something like Flight Simulator again. You can't have detail. You can't go into shops and run around the cities and have meaningful streets and interactions and NPCs. Anything that's actually fun. It'll just end up like No Man's Sky. It'll just be boring and repetitive. It'd have no real substance. So no, it's just, like I said, the scope is too big. Now I've lost my map. It's all your fault. Right, Hammersmith. Hammersmith goes above the circle line. Above, which is the yellow one. So it appears to be... Ooh, maybe it's not green. Maybe it's the pink one. I think it's pink. That looks pink to me. It's pink. Your favorite hair color. But yeah, I'd also appreciate not... Because I've got a lot of work to do here. So stop arguing me over stupid things. You're asking for hundreds of thousands of cities in a game. Like I said, not going to happen. Even a Genshin Impact that released 10 cities a patch, which would be a huge ask, that would require a team 10 size the size of Genshin's.
Yeah, that's why it's
The
more
amount of
likely to
money that
happen
would
when
cost
humans
is
have the ability to
astronomical.
live in a full virtual reality world, which is
They've
fantasy
spent
and
100
totally fictional. Instead, that
No,
would
haven't
do
they
that.
spent $1 billion on Genshin Impact? They've spent $1 billion on Genshin Impact over 5 years. So for this game that you're asking for, well, no, it's incalculable what you're asking for. But even releasing 10 cities a patch in a game that ran for 5 years would cost 10 times what Genshin's cost. So it would cost they would have spent $10 billion developing this game just to bring 50 cities to you. 50 cities would cost $10 billion to make in a gacha game if it was Genshin's quality. So you better hope that... And do you think there's enough people who want that game to actually cover that cost? I don't. You need a lot of players and a lot of spending to cover that kind of development cost. Jubilee. It runs from Stanmore, it looks like. Well, Stanmore's grey, then it must be this one. Stanmore through Swiss Cottage. Or Swiss Cottage. Should be marked. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I want to see the actual map so I can see. Yeah. Yes, actually Stanmore. Yeah, Stanmore is grey on this one as well. Yeah, the line is grey. The line is grey. This one is...
Yeah, and also the GTA community wants more cities since they're done with them after 6 months anyway.
Jubilee. Grey. Jubilee. Jubilee. Okay, Jubilee's now grey. Metropolitan. But it's what we've talked about over and over again. Scale is not good unless you can make it consistently good, which the bigger the scale, the harder it is to make it consistently good. It's better to play a small, highly polished, high quality game with a small area than a big massive... Well, look at No Man's Sky, that proves it. Even using procedural generation, they can't really deliver a meaningful experience. It's alright, but like I said, once you've visited
Campy says
10
the
planets...
Division gave up doing all of New York in their game.
There you go, the Division couldn't even manage New York, that's one city. One city, Vega. You're asking for hundreds of thousands of cities in a game. It's not gonna happen. Like I said, maybe I think the only way we might see something like that. I mean, I agree it would be awesome, but like it's just not really possible. Not with the technology we've got. Not even with all the talent that we've got, I don't think it's possible. Because like I say, a gacha, the only way you could maybe see it happen is if a gacha game was going to release it piecemeal. But like I said, it would take thousands of patches, which is thousands of years. No one's going to live that long. So like, we're not going to see it in our lifetime. But now, if AI gets good enough to maybe, I don't know, at the most, maybe it could generate the outside model of the world through like some kind of special satellite data or something like that. Even that would be ridiculously enormous. The amount of data, the amount of geometry, you have no idea what you're asking. It's insane. There probably isn't enough, there probably couldn't be enough hard drive space to store all of that data currently, because it would just be so much, it would be insane. Right, what colour is this line? This is Piccadilly. Oh wait, did I do Northern Line? Northern Line, that sounds like Northern Line. Where I skipped some. Right, I'm supposed to be on Metropolitan. Right, Metropolitan runs from Watford. In the top left. It looks like purple to me. Yeah, Watford is purple. So we want Metropolitan to be like this kind of purple. Yeah, looks about right. There it is. Okay, next up we have National Rail. London Underground is huge. This is going to take me fucking ages, by the way. I might not even be able to finish this. This project might be too big a scope for me.
Of doing it the current day
but I'm going to give it a go.
And space, I agree.
Because what I'm essentially going to do is I'm going to use the map as a foundation. So I'm going to try to somewhat procedurally generate the tunnels from the map, and then I can plot stations down at the station points, and then I can write AI that will traverse those lines, you see. I don't know if I can pull it off, but this is the challenge. This is the challenge. I think I maybe can, but it's going to take a while. I think it'd be worth it though. It could be fun. But I don't know, it might be boring. Who knows? But that's the thing. I think in order to do something like this, because I just like to challenge myself, and that's my driver. Like if I was a real game development studio now, though, this would be seen as a big risk. It's like, okay, well, how long is that going to take? And will anyone be interested in it? Like, I'd have to worry about, will this thing pay for itself? Can I pay my staff? Can we finish it? Is it going to make us any money? Is it worth all that risk and all that investment? But because I'm just a hobbyist, I can take this risk because it's like, well, I don't care about any of that. I have one question and one question only. Can I pull it off? Can I make this work? Can I actually... And I don't even care whether it's fun or not, because the main thing for me is just to prove to myself that I can do it. And then, who knows? I assume if I keep doing this long enough, eventually I'm going to stumble upon something that's like, oh my god, we've got something here. This is amazing. This is really cool. Right, let's build on top of that. And that's the hope. Because that train game, I think it has a lot of potential. I would do things differently, so that's what I want to do. Right, National Rail. Which one is National Rail? It runs above the Circle Line. It goes from Richmond. So it's... Oh, is it the white one or the green one? I think it's the white one. This one is white. Okay, so I kind of make it that colour. National Rail. Okay, Northern Line is next. Northern Line. Northern Line runs up the middle. Up it. Up it! Looks like black to me. Is that black? Very dark grey. Very dark grey. May as well be black. Maybe a bit darker than that. It needs to be darker than that. There we go. Okay, nice. Piccadilly line. I always thought Piccadilly had 2 L's in it, but it's 2 C's and 1 L. Alright, Piccadilly. What colour is Piccadilly? Where is Piccadilly first? Okay, it's kind of over on the left. Goes up to the top. I think it's this blue one here. It's like a weird off bluey grey colour. Okay. So kind of like a... something like that. Oh, this is starting to look like a real underground now. Alright, I think there are more, but they got like fragmented. I don't know if we got them all. Did we get them all? Actually, maybe that's all of them.
At the time, Genshin was a game that nobody saw before, to the point where it offered a GTA-like world when it comes to the world size, but
There's
instead of paying for it,
Victoria
it came completely free, which was outstanding at the
and
time.
Waterloo. There's Victoria and Waterloo. Okay, so I want to bring these up with... In fact, we could start to... I think we should start to organize these, put them in their own little parent containers. So I'm going to put these with the others so that we can stay organized. Okay, so now they're there. I should be able to create a parent for these, I think. Lines. Yeah, first job is to always get organized. Yep, that doesn't break the model. And now lines are contained within lines. Perfect. So Victoria runs over to the right through the circle line. I think it's blue again, but it's like slightly brighter than the... like a cyan almost. Yeah. So this one is Victoria. Now I don't know how realistic I want this to be, so I've travelled the tube before. And these lines are kind of independent of each other. So if you want to get, like, one of the things you have to do if you're traveling London is, if you want to get from, like, point A to point B, and I think that's kind of fun, actually. It's one thing I always like about being in London. Let's say you want to get from New Cross to Paddington. Because the New Cross line doesn't go to Paddington, you literally have to, like, plan out your route and be like, okay, well, I can get on at New Cross, and then I should be able to get onto this line here, the pink one, which takes me to where I want to go. So I'd have to do like two separate lines. So I think, yeah. So I don't want to connect lines up because they're not connected in real life, but the stations kind of connect them, if that makes sense. So a station will have more than one line on it. Yeah, so I think I want to keep it semi-realistic.
Getting organized can be quite tricky in Pearl since everything moves like light speed except for our help research and technology though.
Nothing is moving at light speed, Pika. What are you talking about? Nothing's even moving at the speed of sound. Alright, these trains only go like 200 miles an hour. Right. Pika, you need to pick up a textbook or something. What is the speed of sound? And the speed of light. Right. These trains go... I don't even think they go 200 miles an hour. Right. The speed of sound in miles per hour. Right. 767 miles per hour is the speed of sound. The speed of light... It won't even tell me in miles per hour because it's just so fast. It's ridiculous. But if we look at, right, the speed of sound is 343 meters per second. The speed of light is 299,792,458 meters per second.
trains falls in the realm of
So,
technology.
yeah, nothing is going anywhere near the speed of fucking light, Pika. Jesus Christ. And the trains would have to be 4.5 times faster to even be close to the speed of sound. Right. You're insane. You're actually insane. I always knew this about you, though. Right, Waterloo. Waterloo. How fast are London Underground trains? So the speed of sound was 760 miles an hour. The London Underground trains... 60 miles an hour? I thought they were way faster than that. They only go 45 to 60 miles an hour, Pika. They're not even as fast as a car on the motorway. That's crazy. Yeah, speed of light, Pika. Speed of light. Speed of light. You're insane. Absolutely insane. Right. Waterloo is a very light baby scion. Oh shit. Alright, that's it. That's all lines coloured. I turn shadows off to make it easier to see. Okay, that kind of breaks. Okay, because everything's, I see everything's shaped like that. Okay, so we can't use that as a background, or we could get rid of the background. It's because there's like
Once Senkos and Earl were
different
inventing
zones.
technology faster than we can cure the health conditions that can make it harmful to use, which in turn makes help traveling at the speed of sound and technology synth the speed of light.
So the outside zone is like blue. So we have zone 1, right, these go out, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, zone 4, zone 5, and zone 6. Oh, that's cool. I only just learned that, unless that's new in Unity 6.3. But look, it'll auto-number them for you now, as long as you put a space in it. I wonder if it is because you put a space in it though, or if that's a new 6.3 thing. Either way, that's cool as frick. Okay, so now we can assign zone 1 to zone 1, 2 to 2, 3 to 3, and so on. Have you ever been to England, Pika? I wonder if we let you in. I think I'll have a word with them next time. Oh wait. Oh shit, no, I did it wrong. Yeah, okay, we need to start from zone 6 and work our way back. So zone 6 is white. Zone 5 is like a blue, like watercolour. Zone 4 is like a light grey. Zone 3 is like a very, very light blue. Zone 2 is a light green.
Since advertisements on Twitter are imminent, I will engage in some comical discourse. What's the difference between a seal and a sea lion and ion?
And Zone 1 is a light yellow. Look at that! We have a London Underground map. Don't know if it's to scale. Probably not. But it roughly corresponds to, like, the stations are roughly where the stations are in real life. Obviously, the lines are roughly shaped the way they are in real life. That is a great starting point, because the next job is to make these lines traversable. That's going to be a fucking job and a half. Oh boy.
No, I haven't been to England, but if time went differently, then yeah, our family would have gone to England for a holiday years ago.
You haven't been, so they went without you. Yeah. Okay, I can understand that. Did they put you in a little playpen? Like a little ball pit or something while they went on holiday? Texts. Are these like the station names? Yeah, I think these are like the station names. So I should probably name these the station names as well, so that I know. Alright, we're starting to get organised now. Alright, so I'm gonna label all of these.
No, our family never went to England over private reasons, that's all.
I thought you said if they went to England as a family holiday, but you've never been. I thought that's what you said. Waterloo. Oxford Circus. Bank. Liverpool Street. This is a fun project for me actually, because I always, as a kid, I've been to London quite a few times. And as a kid I was kind of slightly obsessed with the London Underground. I just thought it was amazing. Like, I liked everything about it. Like, I liked the infrastructure. I like going on the trains. I like the creepy ass little underground stations and tunnels, and I don't know. It's just like, it's super fun. And like I say, like having to hop from line to line, it's super interesting to me. I don't know. I just found it like fun, like a little adventure. It always felt like a little adventure going on the London Underground. So making a game based around it makes perfect sense for me actually. Elephant and Castle.
Never know, one day in the future, our
Stratford.
family might travel to England, but might be a long time away though from ever happening.
London's a shithole now. Euston, compared to what it used to be. King's Cross and St. Pancras. Harrow and Wealdstone. West Ruislip. Amersham. Chesham. Fuck. Watford. I put Watford. So it's funny listening to Americans try to pronounce some of our city names and stuff. When they pronounce it like Shire when it's sh. We just say sh. Like Buckinghamshire, we would say. And they're like Buckinghamshire. So yeah, no one pronounces it like that. Leicestershire. It's so funny. We do have some weird names though. Edgware. Reading. It's funny. Mill Hill East. High Barnet. Cockfosters. That's a name. Walthamstow Central. Epping. Getting a little tour here of London. Upminster. Barking. Or should I say ruff? It's quite rough around there. Beckton. It's quite rough around there. Oh my god. The comedy. North Woolwich. Oh, I missed the H off. Woolwich Arsenal. Whoa. Lewisham. Morden. Brixton. Being a constant there. It's fucking rough around there. Wimbledon. Richmond. We've got a Richmond up here as well. Heathrow Terminal 4. I'll just put Heathrow 4. Heathrow 1, 2, 3. I'll just call it Heathrow. Ealing. That might be pronounced Elling actually. No, I think it is Ealing. Ealing Broadway. Uxbridge. New Cross. New Cross Gate. And last but not least, Kensington Olympia. Shit, there's a lot of stations. Are they all stations then? Or are the stations only the ones with the rail symbols on them? No, because Oxford Circus is definitely a station. So what's the significance of the British Rail? Well, it used to be British Rail's logo, but I don't think British Rail exists anymore, does it? Didn't it get? Isn't it like National Railways now or some fucking shit? So is each text label a station? I'm pretty sure it is. Or is each circle a station even? I don't know. Because there's all these little circles. I hope not. Those circles could be a bitch. If each one of those circles is a station, this is going to take forever. Or it's going to take forever anyway. Like, really? Oh, that's the river. Wait, that's the River Thames. Probably shouldn't be white then, should it? It is white on this one. What's it on the official thing? Yeah, no, the River Thames is like a blue. Yeah, that makes sense. It should be blue, I think. So I need to make a River Thames. Material. And it needs to be a rivery colour. Let's make it transparent. Right, I need to make sure that every single piece of geometry does not cast shadows. I don't think I need those numbers. I don't even know what they're supposed to represent. The fuck are those numbers supposed to represent? Oh, you motherfucker. Guess what? Oh, holy shit, this is insane. These aren't even the stations, these are the main stations. But then again, I guess I would want to downsize the project. Like, if we actually look, there are shit tons of fucking stations. So basically every one of those circles on my map is actually a station. So the ones I have are only the main ones, but I think in order to, like, yeah, that, like, I can't. For now, at least, I wouldn't even want to, like, try and mirror every single one of these stations. There's too many. So I think that the dumbed down version makes more sense. because it gives me a much more manageable amount of stations. So how many stations are here? Let's get rid of these. Let's dump a list. So in tools, we're going to make a script, and we're going to get it to dump the names of a mesh renderer out. So we're just going to call it dump rens. So we need system IO. Let's put this over here so you can see it. We'll make this an on enable. And we'll just say okay, so what this is going to do is it's going to look at all the children. Look at all the children. It's not like a rock song, it's me. It's gonna look at all the children. It's gonna get the names. It's gonna dump them out for me. For this particular project, I only want the names of the stations. So I'm just gonna get rid of that TXT part and then dump them out. So really, this is actually going to be a name of all the stations that we have labeled. So I think these will be like the main stations. I also want to index them so I can see how many I've got. So we'll make a private integer. Well, we could do it up here actually. We'll just declare it up in here. So we'll do int index equals 0. Index plus plus index. Alright, let's run it. And then what we'll get is a list of our mesh renderers, which is essentially a list of our stations. Okay, so we have station 1 Westminster all the way down to station 39 Kensington. Yeah, that seems like a manageable project. 39 stations. 39 is still quite a lot. The only potential downside is if there are stations which you would need to change lines at that I'm missing, I would need some kind of system to... I would need to find a way around that. Okay. I'm just going to speak to ChatGPT for a second. I've finished organizing my underground map, and from it I have a list of text labels for the main stations. I think sticking to these main stations would be best, as there are too many to include all of them. However, I am concerned that I will be missing stations needed for switching lines. Therefore, I'd need a solution to manage line switching for players to reach a destination without having to recreate all of the stations in the game. Maybe a substation line switch system, one generic model which lists branch Alright, let's see what it says. Okay. I finished organizing my underground map, and from it I have a list of text labels for the main stations. I think sticking to these main stations would be best, as there are too many to include all of them. However, I am concerned that I will be missing stations needed for switching lines. Therefore, I'd need a solution to manage line switching for players to reach a destination without having to recreate all of the stations in the game. Maybe a substation line switch system. One generic model which lists branch line options for the player to select. I'm not sure. What do you think? Your instinct is sound. You should not attempt to recreate the full London Underground station graph, but you do need to preserve topological correctness so that routing, line switching, and player intent still make sense. This is a classic abstraction versus fidelity problem, and there is a well-established solution pattern that fits your game extremely well. High-level recommendation: keep your curated list of major stations exactly as you have it. Introduce implicit transfer nodes, what you call substation line switches, that exist in the graph data, do not exist as explorable 3D locations, handle line switching, branching, and routing logic. In other words, all stations exist in a network, only some stations exist in the world. This preserves navigability. Is that a word? I would have said navigatability, but I guess it's navigability. Holy shit, that's a hard word to pronounce. Navigability. Sounds weird. Navigability. Navigability. Is it pronounced navigability? I've never heard that word before. I think I would have said navigatability, but I guess it is navigability. Yeah, it must be navigability. Say it then.
Navigability.
Navigability. Navigability. The core idea: world stations versus network nodes. World stations, what the player sees. These are your 39 stations. They have 3D scenes, prefabs, contain missions, passengers, enemies, resources, act as anchors in the world and narrative. Think of them as hubs, not complete infrastructure. Network nodes, invisible, logical. These represent line switches, branch splits, direction changes, missing minor stations. They exist only in code and data, are not selectable destinations, may have zero travel time or abstract time cost, can be chained internally. This is how real transport sims do it. What a substation line switch really is. Conceptually, this is not a station, it's a routing decision point. In world representation, optional, if you want some diegetic grounding, a maintenance tunnel, signal control room, junction platform, map overlay, UI only. But mechanically it's not a destination. Recommended data model. Network node. Have a string of an ID. Bool is world station. Bool string display name. Public vector 3 world position. Null if abstract. Public list of network edge connections. Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. And the network edge class would have a network node 2, public line type line, public float travel time, public spline path spline. Example, Paddington World Station to Oxford Circus World Station, switch circle at Bakerloo. That's a bad example though, because I think Bakerloo is an actual station that I have in the game, isn't it? Do I? Oh, maybe not. I don't have Bakerloo. Bakerloo! It's not an ABBA song, not like Waterloo. It's also not in my game. Yeah, that is a good example, because Bakerloo doesn't exist in my game as a... Well, it's not a label on the map, so it's not going to be a station in the game. Yeah. Oh, crap. So all these stations are still going to need to exist as data. Fuck. This is going to be... Holy shit, this is going to be tricky. Because there's gonna need to be for the AI and whatever, like, to understand. Oh, let me think about this. Player facing behavior important. From the player's perspective, destination selected, player selects only world stations. Routing system finds a valid path through hidden nodes. Line switching handled in one of two ways, both valid. Option A, automatic. Recommended early. Player chooses destination. Game auto selects transfers. UI shows change to central line. Oxford Circus. Option B, semi-manual. Later depth. At certain stations, UI offers stay online, switch line. Uses the same hidden nodes under the hood. Why this is better than adding fake stations everywhere. Avoid scope explosion. You avoid modelling dozens of platforms, creating dead locations with no gameplay, explaining why 90% of stations have nothing to do, preserves realism where it matters, routes still feel authentic, lines still branch logically, stations still connect correctly, matches your autoplay rail focus since trains follow splines, the path matters more than the stop count, travel segments are gameplay beats, not stations. Concrete example using your list. Take King's Cross. In reality, it's a nightmare of interchanges. In your game, King's Cross is one world station. Internally, Piccadilly, Victoria, Northern Circle, H&C Met, all connected via invisible transfer nodes. The player arrives at King's Cross, chooses destination, the system handles the rest. No loss of clarity, massive gain in sanity. Okay. Yeah, I think we're on the same page. Here's my current thought process. No explorable stations as world geometry. Stations are hubs with menu options. So 3D rail pulls up to a generic looking platform. Player can see and exit from the platform. Signs can be switched to display the current station, but really just a prefab platform. Then we load a PNG background representation of said station. And display each option. Such as buy, sell, deliver goods, passengers. Where Gabe Basing's no, which one was that? Bakerloo. What the fuck is Bakerloo? Ah, why is it doing this? Fucking display the page, you piece of shit. Right. I don't understand what I'm looking at. Am I looking at all the stations you can reach from Bakerloo? What is this? This makes it sound like Bakerloo's its own line. Maybe it is. Where's Bakerloo? I'd have to find it. Where the fuck is Bakerloo? Right, in GBT's, I'm trying to think what was GBT's example? Trying to understand the problem. I think I'm right about the problem. My concern is that if I don't include all the stations, I'm going to find myself deadlocked where, you know, the player's at fucking Westminster and needs to get to Watford or whatever, and in real life they would get off at a station to switch lines that my game doesn't have, and now the game's broken because you can't get to fucking Watford from Westminster or whatever, right? So that doesn't want to happen. I can't find the fucking example now. Wasn't it Bakerloo in its example? Yeah, there it is. Paddington. It said to get from Paddington to Oxford Circus. Let me try and understand the problem. So where the fuck is I don't know where anything is. Where is Paddington? I haven't a clue. Where the hell is Paddington? Does this like London Underground website, I would imagine it lets you plan routes, right? Plan a journey from Paddington to Waterloo. It'd be cool if my game has something like this in it as well. So let's say plan my journey. Paddington to Waterloo. We found more than one location matching Paddington. Paddington Station? What else would it be? We found more than one match of Waterloo. What? Station to station, you fool. Right. What? 25 minutes. Transfer to Paddington Station. What am I looking at? I thought there was like... So it's giving me like 3 journey options. One involves 2 lines. And it's only 1 minute faster than the 1 line one, so I don't know why the fuck you would do that. I don't know if this is a good example. I don't even understand what I'm looking at. What even am I looking at? What if I click this one here? Right, transfer to Paddington, Bakerloo line to Waterloo, Jubilee line to Waterloo. There's no mention of Bakerloo, so I don't know where GPT's getting this Bakerloo thing from. Oh, there, Paddington Underground Station, Bakerloo line to Baker Street. And then you could switch lines at Baker Street to the Jubilee line. God damn it, this is complicated. Yeah, we're having some like real world problems to solve here in a game, in a video game. This might be tougher than the rest, than the other part of it. All I'm trying to figure out is like, so Baker's. That's Baker Street though, isn't it? Yeah, I don't understand why it said Bakerloo. What is Bakerloo? A station? There's a Bakerloo line. I don't think there is a Bakerloo station, but there's a Bakerloo line. Yeah, Bakerloo line. Probably called that because it goes to Waterloo and Baker Street. It goes all over apparently. But this doesn't help me figure out. I'm trying to understand. Can you get from every city, from every station to every other station, from the 38 or whatever it was that I've got on my map? That is a tough fucking. That's a really difficult question to answer, and would take many queries to figure out. God damn it! This is now seeming like this might be the biggest hiccup with this. We've got 39 stations. This is another problem with using real world data as well. I've just realized like one of the biggest issues with using real world data, because like if this was a fictional world, I mean, we could just rename all the stations, I guess, and use the London Underground as like a template and make like our own fictional version of it. That gives me more creative freedom, because like another way to solve this problem is if there isn't a way to get from line to line to line currently, we could just cheat and make it so that, you know, maybe in the real world you can't switch to this line at a specific station, but in my game you can. The downside of that is, like I say, if we stick to real world data, there's always going to be somebody who's like, ugh, that's not possible. You can't actually get on the whatever fucking line at Oxford Circus because it doesn't exist. And then it's like, now you're like, I don't know, having to deal with your game isn't actually accurate if it's meant to be representing something in the real world. But if you make a bunch of fictional stations, then you have the creative freedom to like solve the problem by just cheating. Oh, I'm trying to think, how would I solve the problem? Let's start with... Okay, so let's start at the top of my list. I don't know whether it might be a good idea as well. These aren't in any particular order, I don't think. Like, the labels aren't really making these. They're not in, like, any kind of spatial order. They're not in alphabetical order. I think to make my life easier, I should maybe put these in alphabetical order. Like, there needs to be better organization to this, I think. I think my next job is to look up these stations in the real world and see what lines, which lines they include. And from that, once I've marked each station with which lines it has access to, with that data I should be able to come up with some basic line hopping calculation system, right, that says, okay, well, you need to get from this line to this line, and here's how you do it. Because if the thing is, if all these labeled stations are the major stations, maybe my concern is not real. Do you know what I mean? Like, surely if these are the main stations, they're probably, I would imagine there probably is a way to get to every single line from all these stations. If these are the major stations, I would expect that to be the case. So then I don't need to worry about it. Then I'll just make it so that you have to find your way through these stations. It could even be part of the law, right? It's a post-apocalyptic world, and these are the only stations that were maintained or whatever, right? So all those old stations that used to exist, they're like overrun by zombies or whatever, right? You can't use them. You know what I mean? There's ways around it if, like, you know, I was worried about realism or whatever. My main concern right now is a technical one. It's like, okay, is it physically possible, if we only have these stations, to get to and from every station to every other station? Because that's kind of important to know. That's my main concern right now. Even sorting these into alphabetical order is becoming a big pain in the ass. I don't know whether alphabetical order was a good idea. But I need to make it easier to find what I'm looking for, at least.
Since advertisements on Twitter are imminent, I will engage in some comical discourse. Recent survey revealed 6 out of 7 dwarfs are unhappy.
I thought she said cabby. Lewisham. Modern. U comes before W. Wimbledon comes before Woolwich. Richmond. Can ChatGPT not just tell me? Yeah, also, yeah, Bakerloo is a line, and I do have the Bakerloo line. Spelled it wrong. Oh, for fuck's sake. You know what, I've never been a fan of repeating myself. Like, if we can inherit the name from the game object, then we should just inherit the name from the game object and just... neaten these up. actually called National Rail? Okay. I also kind of feel like these float up way too high in the air. What if I just stick them down? Some of them higher and lower than others. Probably a bit risky. Yeah, now we can't read Oxford Circus though. I should leave it to where it was. Safer. Okay, so if I look up each station, unless GPT can tell me, I don't know if I trust GPT. I genuinely don't. So if I look up Amersham, even like this website sucks. Why do all these like official websites suck so badly? Like, why don't I get the station when I search for a station? Why is it like everything but the station? There's 28 pages of results, but there's no like. This is so dumb. There are 272 functioning tube stations, but at least another 40 unused stations that are no longer used for travel. That's crazy. There's no spooky there. That's kind of crazy. Aha! Okay, this might be what I need. This lists the lines. Acton Town. Right, okay. So Amersham has the Metropolitan line. And only the Metropolitan line, apparently. Okay. Metropolitan. Bank. See, now I'm glad I put them in alphabetical order, see? I'm fucking smart. Which one's line? The second column. Yeah, I thought it was. Waterloo City, Northern and Central. Waterloo City. This is great. This is what I need. Northern and Central. Because now we just need a system that can look up. Well, I'm going to ask GBT to help me with some query code first. Barking, District, Hammersmith and City. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. District, Hammersmith and City. Beckton. Wait, that's kind of weird. Beckton's not listed. Why is Beckton not listed? What? Okay, so why is Beckton not listed? Beckton? It's a real station. Beckton is the eastern terminus of the Beckton branch of Docklands Light Railway. So it's on the Docklands line. Okay. Brixton. Victoria. Chesham. Metropolitan. Cockfosters. Piccadilly. Piccawilly. Did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it? I'm sure you get it. Right. Also, do I really need the TXT identifiers for these anywhere? Again, I can just use the name of the game object for the station name then. And then we cut down on how many things we need. So I shouldn't have called these TXTs, really. Right, we're getting organized now. And since we're doing that, that also means we can have spaces in these. Yeah, we should. So really, that's, oh you motherfucker. That's terminal 4, and this is terminal 1, 2, 3. And we want to have spaces in these as well, make them look pretty. Okay. High Barnet, Kensington, Olympia, King's Cross, Lewisham, Liverpool Street, Mill is, I assume that's 3 separate words, Mill, Hill and East. Okay, I don't need to rename them now, I should rename them as I'm doing them, I guess. Okay. Ealing Broadway, Elling Broadway, District and Central. Edgware has Northern. Elephant and Castle has Northern Bakerloo. Epping has Central. Euston has Northern and Victoria. I don't want the word line, it's obviously a line. Harrow. Shit. There's Harrow and Wealdstone. Actually, let me check which one's mine. It is Harold and Wealdstone, so we should call it as such, because there's another type of Harrow. Hello, Piggy, broken in effort. Did she speak? I don't know if she spoke. Or maybe she did. Hi, Bart. Right. Harrow and Wealdstone has Bakerloo line. Heathrow's Terminal 1, 2 and 3 is on the Piccadilly line. Terminal 4 also on the Piccadilly. Apparently there's a Terminal 5, but our game's not going to have it. I might, you know what, let's just get rid of Heathrow Terminal 4 even. Like, it's not like the game's not going to, let's just have one Heathrow station and call it as such. The only problem is that the text has 1, 2, 3. But I think I should just say Heathrow.
Canty says, Watering Waves doing a countdown live stream.
Aye, good for them. I don't know. Well, let's just mark it anyway. We'll figure this out later. We know that Heathrow is on the Piccadilly line. The main thing is to get the data in here first so that we can sanity check everything and make sure you can get from every station to every station. That's the main job now. Right, so Northern Line, High Barnet, Kensington, Northern Line, fuck. King's Cross will have a million lines on it. Why the fuck is it called St. Pancras now? King's Cross. I always thought it was stupid. It used to just be King's Cross when I was a kid. Why has it got a million names now? Metropolitan, Northern, Piccadilly, Underground Circle, Victoria, Hammersmith City. So how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines on King's Cross. Yes, like the main station. That's why.
Hadford update 3.0. Great idea.
Yeah, especially if people are bored over Christmas or whatever. As you can see, I am not bored. I'm busy. But yeah, I'll check out the new update when it comes out. Sure, why not? But I don't really give a shit about watching the fucking live stream or anything. Piccadilly, Circle, Victoria, and Hammersmith and City lines. There we go. So Lewisham. How is fucking Lewisham not on here? That makes no sense.
Time 787 says, one fact about a single message ACA conversation is that there's up to 2 different meanings to
what?
it. Those are the actual meaning and the technical
Lewisham
meaning to a
doesn't
single
currently
message
have a
ACA
London
conversation. If you
Underground
didn't know,
tube
that's
station, but it's a major transport hub served by National Rail and the Docklands Light Railway. Well, it's on the underground fucking transport map. See, we fucking talking about? You fucking lie. So apparently they're thinking of adding it to the underground, but it hasn't happened yet or something. But why the fuck is it on the underground map then? I don't understand. Lewisham is on this line here, which is what? Docklands? You fucking liar. It's on the Docklands line, you piece of shit. You fucking lie to me. I think that isn't part of I think it's technically not part of the underground. I think that's why. Right, Liverpool Street. But like that's not what I'm trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out which line it's on. Right. Liverpool Street has Metropolitan Central Circle, Hammersmith and City, so that's 4 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4. Remind me again. Metropolitan Central Circle, Hammersmith and City. Beautiful. Mill Hill East has the Northern Line only. The Northern Line only. Okay, perfect. Morden Northern Line only. New Cross New Cross isn't on here.
It happens here too, Cappy, as on our trains we can see unfinished train stations still under construction too, but most to all the work is now completed for that over here, and over here they call it Metro.
Windrush line of the London Underground. Interchangeable station between the Windrush line of the London Overground and National Rail Services. Overground. Yeah, okay, so it's not underground, but it's still got a fucking railway line, you stupid piece of shit. Why are you gaslighting me? It looks like it's the East London line. I assume it's this one here and not this one here. I kind of need to know though. Yeah, because that's New Cross Gate. So New Cross and New Cross Gate want the East London line. North Woolwich. Are you fucking kidding me? North Woolwich isn't here either. I'm so sick of this shit. It's because I think, like I said, I think it's because it's technically not part of the underground. North Woolwich National Rail. So now
And that's a nice quiet
I think it's starting to
Glad to hear that.
become
A little
clear that there are
peaceful
different
life can
types of
really refresh the mind.
lines.
Smiling face with smiling eyes.
National Rail. So what we need to do is we need to extend line to say whether it's underground or not. So we'll default each line to say that it's underground, but it looks like National Rail and Docklands at the very least. National Rail and Docklands are not technically underground, so we can represent those in the game differently, since they're meant to be overground, I guess. Yeah, also we don't want the name, because the name is inherited from the game object, so we don't need name. Okay, is that correct now? That's correct. Oxford Circus. Central Bakerloo and Victoria. Central Bakerloo, Victoria. Paddington. Hammersmith and City District Circle and Bakerloo. Fuck. Tell me again. Paddington, Hammersmith and City District Circle Bakerloo. Richmond.
Yeah, I heard the London Underground didn't have all the stations underground, even though it's still called London Underground.
District. Piece of shit. Right, Stanmore. Jubilee. Stratford, Central and Jubilee. Upminster. District. Uxbridge, Metropolitan and Piccadilly. Westminster. District Circle Jubilee. Waterloo, which is out of alphabetical order, but sure. Waterloo and City Bakerloo, Northern Jubilee. Tell me again. Waterloo. Waterloo line. Bakerloo line. Northern. And Jubilee. Jubilee. Alright, we're getting somewhere, we're getting somewhere. Rest. Nipslip. West Nipslip. Central. Watford, which is also out of alphabetical order. Should be after Waterloo, right? Watford. Watford, Watford, Watford. Watford Metropolitan. Walthamstow Central. What the fuck is that do? I wish I could read the alphabet. That's alright, I didn't think we actually got round to right. Victoria, only Victoria. Victoria. Okay, Wimbledon. 2 more left. Wimbledon. Wimbledon. Where the Wombles live. District. District. And last but not least, Woolwich Arsenal. I bet it's not on this list. Yeah, I knew it wouldn't be. Check the map. It'll be an overground, I bet you. Yeah, it is an overground. I'm learning. So it's Docklands. Docklands. Alrighty. So now we have told every single station which lines it has access to. So from this data, we should be able to query which line switches we need to get from station to station. Okay. So let me think. If we probably make a journey script. Okay, so our journey script wants to take a station. Why is station not showing up? Oh, there it is. Station. From to and a public void of plan route. Okay. I've gone ahead and assigned each available line to each station in my game. Can you help me with a journey planning function? I'm trying to figure out if these substations are even needed, as I suspect they'd be aware from every station to every other station by including my main stations only. Alright. You are now firmly in graph territory and you are thinking about exactly the right problem. I will structure this in 3 parts: whether substations are actually needed, what your data model should look like for journey planning, a concrete Unity-friendly route planning function, no guesswork. Do you actually need substations? Short answer, probably no, not for gameplay or routing unless you want visual accuracy or service disruptions. While main stations alone are sufficient, the London Underground in your imported model is fundamentally a connected graph. Lines connect stations directly. Routing only cares about nodes, stations and edges, line segments. Substations, intermediate spline, points or mesh detail. R rendering, movement concerns, do not add routing. Will your new train game restrict movements to the station alone, or can you go out and see the sights? Probably not. It's probably going to be... I'm basically trying to recreate... The only thing I care about at the moment is travelling from station to station. I don't know yet. It's too early to tell. I haven't thought that far ahead. But probably not, because I'm probably going to have enough on my plate with that. It's probably going to play very similar to... it'll be very similar to Resonance, you know, the other train gacha game. I'm trying to basically recreate that, but I want a lot more stations than what you have in that game. That's already a lot to deal with. So yeah, I'm probably not going to model 39 stations from scratch because it's just a lot. It's a lot of work. And what would even be there anyway? They'd all just look the same anyway. It would be a lot of work for very little payoff, right? Nobody would really give a shit about wandering around these empty looking stations. It wouldn't really make sense. So it's not worth the effort. Right, let me continue reading this. Conclusion: keep substations for spline following, for animation fidelity, for speed curves or scenery, but exclude them entirely from route planning. Correct a mental model. This is the key. What you want is a station graph, not a spline graph. Conceptual structure: station, lines it belongs to, neighbor stations derived. So do I need to... Each line implicitly defines adjacency. A station 1, station 2, station 3, station 4. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh yeah, that's very clever. Yeah, that's very clever actually. I see what it's doing. Because then we have a structure. Because yeah, at the moment we don't know what order the stations appear in, right? We've just got a bunch of stations. We know which lines each station has access to, but we don't know, you know, which stations are we going past on the way to wherever. So yeah, the way we define that is on our line. We need a list of. So we need access to system collections generic. Yeah, that makes sense actually. That's very, very smart. I like that. So we want a list of stations. Station order. Well, I'll just call them stations. Okay. So now I need to systematically mark which stations. This is kind of fun. Like the Worlds of Subway games. I don't know, I've never played that game. Wouldn't have a clue. The only thing I can relate to it, like I say, is the one I've played, which is the Resonance Solstice. Resonance Solstice. It's going to be like a Resonance Solstice. That's basically all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to recreate my own Resonance Solstice using the Underground. That in itself is quite an undertaking. But I also think it's going to be kind of cool. Right, so Bakerloo is this line here. So if we start at Harrow and Wealdstone, so we start at Harold and Wealdstone, and then we follow the line, and then eventually, I don't know whether Paddington's on that line actually. Well, we have to check Paddington to see if it's on that line. I don't think Paddington is on that line. Yeah, Paddington doesn't have the Bakerloo line, does it? Oh, apparently it does. Okay, so you can get to Paddington. It looks like you can get to Paddington on this line. Surely, if Paddington has the Bakerloo line, then it must be the same line that comes from Harrow and Wealdstone, right? It's only one line. Has to be. Okay, interesting. We're learning a lot about how the Underground's structured here. Isn't this fun? Okay, so then we get to Paddington. Then we get to Oxford Circus. Then we get to Waterloo. This is fun. I like this. So now you can see how our nav system can understand how to get from station to station, right? Then we finally arrive at Elephant and Castle, it looks like. And that's the entire line. And we can traverse this in whichever order we want, right? We can go down the list or we can go up the list. So that's cool. Okay, so our next line is Central, which is this big one in the middle. So we'll start on the left. West Route Nipslip. We start at. And then we go down. Oh, now this is where it gets weird. And we could either go onto Ealing Broadway, or we could go on to Kensington. Well, we want both, right? Because, yeah, you could get on this line. I suppose in real life you would already be going in one direction or one direction only. And maybe technically you can only get to Ealing Broadway if you got on from the east. I don't know. Yeah, for this game, for now, for this game's sake, we'll add Ealing Broadway as an option. Or maybe these are routes, right? Maybe the correct way to do this is to make a list of routes. Yeah, we need a list of routes. So in actual fact, we can't do it as simply as that. We need one more layer of abstraction, which is the root abstraction. So here's how we solve it. We create a roots abstraction. So now we have now we have a root class. So our root class needs access to system collections generic. Which has a list of stations. We'll call it stops. And then back to our list of lines, we no longer want a list of stations, we want a list of routes. So each line needs its own object named after it. So Bakerloo will have route A and route B, which is forwards and backwards. This has the class of route on it. Okay, this makes more sense. That way we can query all the routes and check all the routes to see whether they give where they lead and where we can go from there. So Bakerloo starts at Harrow route 1 starts at Harrow and Wealdstone, then goes on to Paddington, then goes on to Oxford Circus. Yeah, this is really starting to get structured now. And then I think it goes to Waterloo. And then finally Elephant and Castle. And then so route B is basically that in reverse. So we want 5 stops starting from Elephant and Castle. Technically we probably don't have to reverse each route because we could try traversing it. I'm also wondering if we could store additional data about the direction of said route. Like routes go north, east, west, south, something like that. I don't know. Let's have a look. Well, the circle line couldn't be northeast, southwest, really. We don't need to show that part. Okay. Ah, perfect. You're already thinking in the right graph-oriented multi-route way. Let's unpack this carefully and discuss what's actually necessary for your use case. Do you need to log each route in both directions? Short answer, usually no. If your route graph is bi-directional by default. Here's why. A station graph, each edge station to station, is implicitly two-way unless you explicitly have one-way tracks, rare in subway simulations. When BFS or any graph search runs, it will automatically explore both directions. If you log routes only in one order, A to B to C, you can traverse backwards by considering adjacent stops in the list. When you might log both directions, if your line has true one-way sections like loops that cannot be reversed, if you want to model different travel times for each direction, if you want to pre-compute next station in this direction for a train AI that follows the real timetable strictly. Otherwise, just store in a single ordered list and treat it as bidirectional. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. We don't need route A then. We just have route. We just have route A. Sorry, we don't need a route B. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's no point creating extra data if we don't need it. Is it worth logging directions north, south, east, west? Optional, but sometimes useful. The pros: helpful for UI display, arrows on the map, compass guidance. Useful if you want to give hints like train going northbound, makes debug output more readable. Cons: for internal route finding, compass directions are unnecessary. Adjacency alone is sufficient. It can get tricky if lines curve irregularly underground. Yeah, we've got a circle line, which I would have to mark as north, east, south, and west. You would need to compute directions dynamically anyway, if you wanted precise heading from one station to the next. Recommendation: don't store directions in the route itself. If you need compute, vector 3 direction next stop position minus current stop position at runtime for arrows or compass UI. Keep data clean, avoids redundancy. Additional fields you might consider logging for future proofing. Even before you mark all routes, it's useful to think about what a route or stop might need for gameplay. Float distance to next, travel calculations, speed control, timing. Bool express stop for optional express routing. Route, parent route, easy back reference from stations, int order index, position in route, makes route building deterministic. List of station junctions, optional, highlight transfer points quickly. None of these are strictly required for pathfinding, but they help if you add gameplay elements like requests, passenger missions, or automated train schedules. How to model your current structure cleanly. Bool, underground, true. Routes equals new list of routes. Route as list of stations, stops, station. Yeah, I already have list of lines. We don't need name because I use game object name for name because then it's just less data, it's just less variables. All right, beautiful. So we'll continue on with this then. So we now need to create routes for each station, for each line. Yeah, so this is what made me realize I needed routes instead of stations, because we start with now a route for central and we can traverse them in both directions. So central, all that matters is how many divergences we have. So if we check the shape of the line, this line has two divergences. There's a divergence here, and there's a divergence here. The problem is, I imagine whatever's out here isn't in our game, because so this can be redundant, right? In the real world there'll be some like stations out here, but because our game isn't including them, we can ignore this divergence. However, this divergence goes to Ealing Broadway, so we need this one. So really we only need the two divergences, so that now we know we need two routes, A and B. So we'll map our first route, and we can go in either order. So we'll start at West Nipslip, and then we move. If for this first route, we'll just follow the main line. So then we get to Oxford Circus. Then we get to Bank. Then we get to Liverpool Street. Then we get to Stratford. And then we arrive at Epping. Beautiful. So that's route A. It's kind of weird though, both directions. Depends where you diverge, right? See, I suppose we'd have a divergence going from Epping. Like I say, in real life, I don't even know if it's possible to go from West Ruislip and then go back to Ealing. It kind of looks like that wouldn't be possible. I have a feeling in the real world, you could only get to Ealing Broadway from the east. I could be wrong. The question then is, well, what do we want our game to do? Do we want... I think I want my game to just allow all options, to be honest. Whether it's possible in real life or not is kind of irrelevant to me. So we're actually going to need three routes then, because I'm going to need to do a divergence from West. I just think it's just nicer for the game, right? So let's say you are at West Nipslip and you need to get to Elling or Ealing, whatever it is. I don't want to force the player to have to go to some station miles away from here when there is a line that like connects it. I'd rather just let them go straight there. Whether that's technically possible or not in the real world, I'm not really that bothered. As long as it makes some kind of sense. Well, at the end of the day, we need like junctions it can follow. I gotta admit though, even from a train's, yeah, how are you gonna turn a train around on the spot like that though? I think I have to think about it from a technical standpoint as well. Yeah, I don't think you can get to Elling Broadway. You can't turn a train round on the spot like that. That's the problem, because we're going to have carriages as well, right? So yeah, you can't really... Yeah, there's no way you could get to Elling Broadway from West Ruislip from this line. Because a train can't, like, fucking do a 3-point turn. So you'd have to come from the east. So whichever way we want to map this, I guess I'll map this from Ealing Broadway to Oxford Circus to Bank to Liverpool Street. Do we have a Liverpool Street in the last route? Yeah, we did. It's the same. Basically, I could have just copied route A and then just changed. You know, that might be easier. Let's just copy route A. Because it's basically the same journey, except we don't come from West Ruislip. We come from Ealing Broadway, but everything else is the same. Yeah. Okay, so that's our two routes. That's our two routes on Central. So our next line is the circle line. Oh, I need to make sure these routes are logged as well. We could automatically inherit these routes, I guess. That's fine. So circle... I guess we'll start at Paddington, it looks like. Do we actually have access? Does Paddington have the circle line? Yes. Yeah, you start at Paddington. So the circle line's only got one route, I think. Which is Paddington. Maybe to Euston, it looks like. I don't know, it's hard to tell. Maybe Euston. We'd have to check Euston to see if it has the circle line. Euston does not have the circle line, so we can't get to Euston on the circle line. So it goes straight to Liverpool Street after that, I think. Does Bank have the circle line? No. So we can't get to Bank on the circle line. I think Westminster does. Yeah, we can get to Westminster. Does Kensington Olympia have the circle line? No. So that's basically it then. So it's 3 stations: Paddington, Liverpool Street and Westminster. Yep, seems to be. Fair enough. Okay, next up is district. So this district is this great... Oh Christ, there's so many diversions on this one. Fuck me. This one's going to be a bitch. So we start at Ealing Broadway. Christ. Oh boy. It looks like you can get to Richmond. It's hard to tell though. Again, no, I don't know the way this bends around. Again, our train would have to do an immediate turn. So that there's no way to get to Richmond from Ealing Broadway because our train can't do a 3-point turn to go down there. You'd have to come from this direction. So if we're going this way, I don't even think you can get to Wimbledon from Ealing Broadway, because again, it's like you can see where the corners are, right? The train can go around the corners, but if there's no smooth corner, then you can't turn it. So this line would just go straight through here. To Westminster. You got nowhere else to go. You'd have to go straight to Westminster. On to Barking and Upminster. But it's weird, right? Because we need to find every station that has the district line. Barking. Yeah, we covered that. Yeah, we covered that. I think I need a tool. Paddington has the district line. Where's Paddington? Wait, really? Paddington. What? Oh yeah, there's a dive. Yeah, there's a dive version. But that doesn't even seem like the same line. It's like it's two lines or something, because that would be the one that comes from Wimbledon. So you can get to Wimbledon. You can go from Wimbledon to Paddington, which would be a route B. Why is that still called the district line though? And you can get from Paddington to Kensington Olympia, which would be route C. And that's about all you can do. Paddington to Kensington Olympia. Yeah, that is definitely something you can do. Okay. So district should have 3 routes. There we go. Next up is Docklands. So Docklands. Okay, it's this spidery looking green thing over here. Oh boy. It looks like it goes to bank. Yeah, I think I need a tool that lets me pass in a line and then dumps me a list out that says show me all the stations that include this line. Because we need to make sure that the data needs to work in both directions, right? If a station includes a line, then we need to make sure there's a route that includes that station is included on at least one route for each line. And then similarly to sanity check, we could do with a tool that checks to make sure that each line's route, the station has that line registered against its available lines. Yeah, because it needs to marry up in both directions, otherwise it's never going to work. So we can start. What the fuck's happening? What? Okay, I didn't make those noises though. Route A. We start at bank. I assume bank has the Docklands line. Are you fucking kidding me? It doesn't. So you don't start. Well, where the fuck does that go there? Are we sure about that? So maybe, I don't know if it just means in real life. Well, if that's the thing, then it opens up new questions. It's like, look, if in real life you would come out of the underground at bank and literally walk over the road to an overground station, technically you're still getting on at bank. Do you know what I mean? Yes, sure, the infrastructure might, like, those lines might be completely separate from each other, sure, but as far as strategy is concerned, you're still getting on a train at bank. You're just choosing overground above underground. So I think the problem is this list that I generated, although this list does include district, doesn't it? Yeah, no, here's the issue. I think I'm going to add this line to bank. Because here's the issue. The issue is that the website I marked these lines per station on, I think was dedicated to the underground transport system. Which is why none of the stations on this map that are on overground stations were even on the website. I had to look them up somewhere else. So surely bank wants to have this line, because okay, again, technically maybe you'd have to walk off the train and go from an underground station to an overground station in real life, but in terms of gameplay, like, who gives a fuck? Well, we'd have to represent that somehow, I guess. Shit, if that's true, well, that could be represented by the underground overground tick. So I'm pretty sure, like, strategically, you are going from bank to whatever, but it's on a different line and a different network, essentially. But does that mean we should add district to bank? I think we should. Because technically you are getting on at bank. The problem is we can't move the train along the line from bank onto this rail because there's no connection. Also, this one's underground and this one's overground. But we already kind of made that clear with the underground bool. So we can manage the technical challenge of that by using the bool. I'm really worried about this underground overground thing. I've got to admit, I am very worried about it. I'm not sure how I'm going to solve that. We'll figure it out. I mean, I'll probably just show a tiny little animation of, you know what I mean, someone like walking up to like up the stairs coming out of the underground or something, and then getting on, and then another shot of them getting onto a train above ground, and they can just do the transfer automatically, and then we transfer onto this network. So if we went from underground bank to overground bank to go over here, let's say, then I would move the train through the underground all the way to bank, then play a little cutscene where it shows you him climbing out of the underground, and then we teleport to this train system that's overground, and it would look completely different. It's a different type of train and everything probably. Yeah, we're probably going to need, thinking about it, anything that's not underground. We actually need two separate train systems for this. We need a genuine underground train system, and then we need an overground train system as well. Which does make this more interesting, I guess, but it's also a fucking huge... It's a huge technical challenge. I'll figure it out. Hopefully. Right, so which line is this again? Docklands. So I'm adding the Docklands line to bank, because where else are you going to get on a train here, right? It's got to be bank. Now I get that it's not really the same network and it's not the same line, and you can't get from this line to this line, which again is why we would need some kind of like cutscene transition as we change train systems, and then we go on to the overground train system from there. Which makes this much more complicated than I originally bargained for. It'll be fine. Here's another problem. These two fucking lines, New Cross and New Cross Gate, go up here. We don't have a fucking station up here. It just fucking ends. So how the hell are you meant to get to those stations? What even happens in the real world there? Because it just kind of looks like the line just fucking ends and doesn't go anywhere. Like what? What do you mean? It doesn't go anywhere. I imagine these are stations as well though. But this still doesn't explain why. Why is there a line that goes up to here and there's nothing here? Like what? Is that real? Or is that a modelling mistake, or whoever made this model? New Cross and New Cross Gate. I'm kind of curious now. Where's New Cross and New Cross Gate? Down the bottom somewhere. Where's New Cross and New Cross Gate? There's New Cross Gate. There's New Cross. Yeah, that's fucking bullshit. That's not what happens in the real world. These two stations, this goes up. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. Yeah, there are lines that don't exist on this map though. I can see why, because these are all like probably... I think it's because I've been to a concert there as well, Camden Road. And Finsbury Park. Actually, is Finsbury Park even London? I think it's Leeds. I can't remember. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? This is a lot. This is a lot. Because that same line goes to Richmond eventually. You would never fucking take it from here to Richmond because there's probably quicker ways to get there. But technically you could. According to this map, you could get on at... You never would, but you could. This is the point. You could, technically... If I can find the fucking station again, where is it? I've lost it. I've lost it. The one I was looking at a minute ago, where the fuck was it? New Cross. New Cross Gate. You could get on at New Cross or New Cross Gate and then go all the way up here, all the way around here, all the way around here, all the way around here, all the way down to Richmond. Again, you wouldn't because like it's such a fucking long ass way around that there's probably like lots of other lines you can take that would be so much quicker. But it does eventually connect to Richmond, and since Richmond is a station that we have, I don't know. I think we get rid of New Cross and New Cross Gate? What do I do now? Because we have this line that is incomplete. It's an East London line. It's probably an overground line. I think we delete the line and the stations. I think we exclude it from the game. Because it doesn't fucking go anywhere. So what's the point in having stations that don't go anywhere? And clearly, what this represents in the real world, it doesn't fully represent it, right? Like, they just gave up. They started drawing the line. I can kind of see why. It's because this line's a fucking... Like, it's the world's biggest, craziest line. And none of the stations on it are really all that relevant either. Like, most of the stations are kind of irrelevant. And it goes like right around the outside of London and all the way around. So I think the reason they didn't model it is because it just doesn't really have... Maybe these are the only two relevant stations on it. I think we delete the line and the stations. I genuinely think we do. Alright, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. New Cross Gate is no more. New Cross is no more. Those are no more. It's like they don't exist. It's like they don't exist. They never existed. You imagined it. It wasn't real. Because, like, I ain't gonna fucking connect it all up. And besides, like, what would I even connect it to? So we just dismiss them. We've got enough here as it is. So that's fine. So there you go. I made a decision that will probably affect the rest of my life. It would certainly affect a lot of development if I do continue this project. So anyway, we were going to Bank, weren't we? We started at Bank. Oh, this was the thing. I was saying we go over ground. Then where do we go from Bank? Well, I think from Bank we can only get to Beckton, but from Woolwich we can get to Bank. That's what it looks like to me. So we either go Bank to North Woolwich or Bank to Beckton. Done. Docklands is done. Oh, hang on. We can also get from Lewisham to Bank. Shit. Shit. But could you get to Bank from Lewisham? How am I going to turn a fucking train around the corner like that? I could maybe see a train going like this, because just because this is angled towards it. But this seems a bit... Imagine trying to, like, just technically do it, right? I've got to take a train around the corner. We maybe could manage it. If we're going bi-directional, then we've got no choice. The only other thing I could do is I could mark routes as single directional only. It'll be a challenge. We'll see if we can pull it off. As for, can you do that in the real world or not? I have no idea. I don't really care. I don't really care. Wimbledon is where the tennis matches are, Pico. It's where you got to goon over hot young tennis girls, because tennis girls are hot. Anyway, Docklands. Why are tennis girls hot? It's weird, isn't it? This fit, probably. Docklands. Hammersmith and City's up next. This project is giving me immense pain and suffering. Because it doesn't look like it goes to Kensington Olympia, and if we check Kensington Olympia, I bet it doesn't have the Hammersmith line. It doesn't. So whatever's down here, we don't have it in our game. But we can still get to Paddington. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. So this one is Hammersmith and City. Shit. It's not journey, you fool. It's route. Or route, as the Americans say. Route! Take that route, why don't you, Sonny Jim? Yeehaw! My American accent's so good. Right, Paddington. We go from Paddington, where the bear lives. Where's Dovercourt? It looks like we can get to Euston? Can we get to Does Euston have the Hammersmith line? It actually doesn't. We can't get to fucking Euston. Piece of shit. We can get to Liverpool Street though, right? Fucking right we can. You're fucking right we can. You bet your bottom testicle we can. I don't know what a top testicle would be. Probably one sprinkled in gold and glitter. Okay, we get to Liverpool Street, then we eventually get to Barking, it looks like. Does Barking have the Hammersmith line? Yes. Okay. This is making sense for the most part. Barking. Is that all that line has? I believe it is. Yep. Just the one route. Also, did we mark our Docklands properly? No, we didn't. Docklands has 3 routes. 1, 2, 3. Hammersmith has 1 route. That one. Alright, we're on Jubilee now. Jubilee. Lovely Jubilee. Jubilee is this big grey motherfucker. Starting at Stanmore. On to Westminster. Looks like Waterloo. Does Waterloo have Jubilee? Yeah. Okay, this is all matching up. This is all matching up. And then on to Stratford, I think. Stratford has Jubilee, right? Yeah. Looking good like. Looking good. So, Jubilee has just route there. And Metropolitan. Oh crap. Oh no. This one's a bitch. This one is such a bitch. So, oof, fucking bastard. Oh, this one's such a bitch. Alright, let's do the easy ones. Alright. We try not to have a full-on panic attack, and we just... create the Metropolitan. Create a route there. And we start at Chesham. Is what we do. Alright. Because the one that's highest up. And if we get on at Chesham, there's no way we're doubling back over to Amersham. I'll tell you that. I don't know if we could take a diversion off to Watford or not. Maybe. I'm not even convinced of that though. I think all we can really do is go on and on and on. And on and on and on and on. And on and on and on and on and on. And on and on and on. And on and on until we get to Liverpool Street. Unless we check Euston and King's Cross to see if it has this Metropolitan line. Euston and King's Cross. Euston does not. King's Cross does. Fuck. So I guess we can get the King's Cross as well. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. I can get the fucking King's Cross from a fucking pothole in my garden. I can't really. I just thought to say it. King's Cross. Okay, so in actual fact, it would be Chesham to King's Cross to Liverpool Street. So here's what we do. The only thing that changes is our starting point. So we cover Chesham with route A. We cover Amersham with route B. Everything else is the same. We cover Uxbridge with route C. And Watford, I think that's too sharp of a corner. I think you would have to get on at, to get from Watford. So we have a route D now, which is going to start at Watford. And everything else is the same. In the real world, can you get from Watford to fucking Chesham or Amersham? I don't know. I mean, I doubt it. How the fuck are you gonna turn a train? Like, I don't see it being a possibility. I don't know. I have no idea. Kind of curious to know though, like exactly what are the limitations of this tube network. Like, am I right in my assumptions that like there are just some corners that are too fucking tight and you just can't get, you know, you'd have to go past the station to go back the other way to get onto the station that you want. That sounds familiar. I think that is a real thing. Anyway, we've got 4 routes at Metropolitan. I'm just wondering, like, how much is me making these decisions me caring about realism? 20%. How much is me making these decisions worrying about the technical challenge of trying to fucking turn a train around on the spot? As like 90%. However, I also realize that, like, if I don't care about realism, which I don't really, and I want to test that, because what I'm basically doing is I'm trying to foresee a potential technical hiccup in trying to turn a train on too sharp a corner, and thinking that might be a struggle. But if this was all fictional, right, I would probably add those extra routes in anyway, just to give the player more options, and to also give me more test data to work with when I actually get to the train turning network shit, right? Because at the end of the day, you can always throw it away. If you realize, okay, this one's too sharp a corner, it's not going to work, we can't pull this off, you know, then you go and you kill your darlings, so to speak, at that point. So I do wonder if I should just add these, like every potential route, if you could turn around on the spot, if I should just add them in anyway, and then as we overcome that technical as we get to that technical challenge, you know, we find out if there's any way to kind of make it work. I don't know, because I have to make splines for all these rails as well, then those are going to have diversions as well. I think maybe we could pull it off. Maybe we could pull it off. Why is my vape juice over there? Oh, it's because I had to go out. I'm going to go pee and get my vape juice. I'll leave you with some music. Getting old. Bling, 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 bling. I don't know. It doesn't really matter which way I decide to do it, because I could always add them in later as well. We'll just leave it like that for now. So Metropolitan setup. Next up is National Rail. Which is this big one that goes from Richmond. Alright, so we start from Richmond. On to Westminster. I don't think you can get the bank. On to Barking, on to Upminster. Northern. It's a big black one. No. Some diversions. High Barnet. Ow. 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 Where am I? I'm on the wrong thing. Right, there we go. High Barnet. Onto... I doubt you can get to Mill Hill East from High Barnet, I imagine. And you won't be able to go that way either. It's going to be King's Cross, I think. Does King's Cross have the Northern Line on it? Sure does. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. So if you ever get lost in London, just go to King's Cross. You can get fucking anywhere from there. King's Cross on Bank. Does Bank have the Northern Line? It does. It does. He does. All right. And then where are we going? We're going down, aren't we? Elephant and Castle, and then on to Morden. Elephant and Castle. Sounds like a pub. And then Morden. And then we want to replicate all of those routes where our starting point is we did High Barnet, Mill Hill East. And then Route C is Edgware. Is this left-hand side also the same line? Fucking hell. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, I bet in real life, if you want to go from there all the way down here, you probably might have to like change lines or something, like change, I don't know, directions at King's Cross or something. I don't know. But we don't care about that anyway, right? We're just going to have a... So we're going to do a route... We definitely need a route D that goes... that diverges at King's Cross. So instead of going King's Cross and then onto Elephant and Castle direction, we go Euston... Waterloo, but then even that then joins onto this. So it would be Euston, Waterloo. And then I guess you could go on to Morden from there. Yeah. I don't know whether there's any other options. I don't know if you can get... Can you... Well, if we're saying you can come this way and it's reversible, then it means you can also go that way, right? But if that's the case, then are we also going to allow to get from Mill Hill and take the left path down? I don't see why not. Mill Hill... Oh shit, also. Wait, these all say they're starting from Mill Hill? They're not supposed to be. That one's supposed to be going from Edgware. That one was also supposed to be going from Edgware. But I also think we should allow Mill Hill and High Barnet. Fuck it, I'm gonna do it. So we're going to have Route E and Route F. Like, as long as it looks like I can manage the train maneuverability, then I'm all for it. So that's kind of what I'm going for. So we want to do High Barnet and Mill Hill East.
On
And this-
YouTube at Pika QuickTime 787 says, sorry Cappy for the long silence power outage so far. They telling me area won't get power until the morning, so have a nice stream and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Christmas with no power. Alright, well, Merry Christmas. Thank you for joining, and I will see you next time. High Barnet, and then what was the other one? Mill Hill East. And then this one's gone like the left way, and then diverges back up there. Yeah, I don't see you being able to, like, well, there's no way we can handle a turn from here, like, that way. That's too sharp a turn, I think. But this one's probably manageable. So, there you go. I'm going with that. So we got F number of routes, whatever that is, for Northern. Get them in, get them in, get them in, get them in. Are we anywhere near done? Yeah, we've got 3 lines to go. Piccadilly, Victoria and Waterloo. Piccadilly. Route A. Let's see the Piccadilly line. Okay, Piccadilly line is this blue one in the middle. So we could start from Uxbridge. I've done it again, I've done it again, I've done it again! Ah! What am I doing? What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Uxbridge. Uxbridge suit. Oh, that's Oxtel. And then you looks like you can only go this. I don't know whether you could we handle that? I guess we could. Okay, we could go to from Uxbridge to Heathrow. But also, I think you should be able to go from Uxbridge to Terminal 4 as well. Alright, so our two Heathrows, I think would be from Uxbridge to Terminals 1, 2, 3, or Uxbridge to Terminal 4. And then we want Uxbridge... What? All the way up to Cockfosters? Nothing in between? Fucking miles away? I mean, there are, right? Because there's all these stations here, but these are stations that we don't want. It kind of seems like this one's probably a big one, though. So it's got like 3 lines on it, hasn't it? Alright, well that's basically what it says. But that's the other thing, right? Isn't there a Piccadilly Circus station? And you would think surely the Piccadilly Circus station would be on the Piccadilly line. I don't know. We don't have it as a station though, so who knows. Oh, I accidentally removed. Station. Well, we're not doing station, we're doing lines, aren't we? Line. Which has, yeah, the routes. Oh, I deleted route 8. How the fuck did I do that? Oh, wait. No, route... How the fuck did that happen? Piece of shit. Okay, we've got them. They just got fucking disgruntled, like me. Okay, Piccadilly. So now we just got Victoria and Waterloo City. What is going on? Victoria. I am starting to tire. I need to order food actually in about 40 minutes. So I will be ending the stream. And I'm starting to get tired and could use a rest. But yeah, this is starting to come together. I'm sure if you've been following along or whatever. Can't imagine anyone would want to watch me do this. But I don't know, I guess if you're just skimming through or whatever. And you happen to hear me right now. Yeah, it's probably obvious what I'm doing right. I'm basically like saying which station, by making a list of stations, I'm saying which station is next to which station is next to which station, you know, for specific routes around the map. So that obviously then we can start doing route planning, right? So if the player wants to go from one station to another, the computer can, you know, our game can know, okay, yeah, we're going to need this is the route we need to take, and then we need like some logic to like handle that. How much of that is automated? How much of that does the player have to intervene with? You know, who knows? But obviously that's the very first step. Also, I can use that logic to test to make sure every station can be reached, you know, in the game via some route. Okay. I like to start at the top, so we'll start from Walthamstow Central. Onto King's Cross. Onto Oxford Circus. I don't think that's Westminster, I think that's Westminster. Onto Brixton. That's the only route from the looks of it. Nice easy one, I like those. Nice easy one for Victoria. One route, two directions, love it. And the final one is Waterloo and City. I just did that one. Which is this tiny little Waterloo to Bank. That's literally all it is. Waterloo to Bank. Love it. Easy peasy. Alright, we did it. Now, whilst doing this, it's worth asking yourself, what am I doing manually that I could write a script to check for me? And what I've been doing manually is I've been adding stations. So it needs to work in two different directions. I need to make sure that every station in a journey for a specific line has that line marked against that station. And if there are any lines, but then also I need to check every line against every station and make sure that that line has that station somewhere in its journey, in one of its journeys. So I'm going to make a tool script called check routes. And in check routes, we need we'll point to the transform for journeys, routes, and a transform for stations. Are we? Is it stations though? We're checking every. What did I say we're checking? We need to check that every line assigned against a station has that station in one of its routes. That's the first check. every line that is listed against the station has the station somewhere in its journey. Fucking hell. Right, so we're checking. We need to transform the route so we can check each route. Well, we don't really, because the routes are listed in lines, so all we really need is a transform of lines, because we can iterate through the list of journeys from lines, but we need a transform of stations. Let's call them route. I like to call them route, so it's clear that they're a transform. Okay, so we're going to unenable this. Okay, so here's what we need to do. So let's just mark out what our checks are going to be. So this first check is ensure each station each line for each station has the station in at least one route for that line. So the first question we ask is, okay, so what are we iterating through? Well, we're checking every station, and then we're looking at every line against every station. So for each station in no, we're doing it by transform, so it's actually for each transform child in stations route. Station get station equals child get component station. Okay. Then for each line, I'll let's do get line in get station. So now we're iterating through. Why doesn't it like that? Oh, in get station lines. There we go. Right, so the outer loop is through each station. The inner loop is each line per station. So for each line in station, we want to remember the line. So we already have the line because the line is get line. So inside of line, we want to look through each route. Holy shit. So then we need a for each route. Get route in get line routes okay, here's what we need to do. So at which point do we need to verify? We don't care. We're not saying each station has to be in every single route, because that's not always going to be the case. But we are saying that each station needs to be in at least one route. So the place we want to record the bool is here. Is valid equals false. So what we're saying is if get station but routes also have, right, so if we look at what a route is a list of stations. So now we have to say for each station in route. Fuck me. Holy shit, this is deep. Okay, for each check route. No, we're not. No. It's station. Check station. For each station, check station in get route stops. If get station is check station, then is valid equals true and break. Okay. Then by the time we get here, if is not valid, debug.log warning station get station name not found in any route for get line. Can't see that end of ice off the screen, that's why. Ah. Right, let's check that. I think that should be correct. For each get line, so here's our outer loop. So this is checking every line. So it's going to go through, find all the lines, go down here. And each time we go and check a line, no, sorry, this is stations. Yeah, okay. We're iterating through each station and we find a line. Then we go to the line, we go through each route. We check each route for a station. Let me just check. But wait a minute. Aren't we checking against each route? No, this is at the line level. Or yeah, this is at the station level. This is at the line level. Yeah, I think that's correct. Let me just run it and see what happens. That's good. Proves that it's running. Okay, I forgot to... Also, yeah, we don't need a lines route because we get lines from stations. We just need the stations route. Which is there. Alright, run it. I hope I get some missing things. No reference exception. What? For each route, get route in get line routes. Alright, let's just see if it's actually getting through the list, or is it failing on the first attempt. Because I don't see anything wrong with the code. Okay, yeah, it goes through. So this probably something's missing. So in Metropolitan against Chesham. So we're in Chesham. What? So where is the null reference exception exactly? We're checking the Metropolitan line against Chesham. So we're in Chesham. We get quite far down before it breaks. And it's not finding any issues yet, which is good. We get to the Metropolitan line. So we query that. We go to Metropolitan line. For each route, we should go through routes. So routes are here. And we're checking to see if Chesham is in at least one route. But we found it here. So what is the null reference exception? Now it's saying the null reference exception is in the debug line. Which means either get line or get station is null. What? There it is. Okay, really it's Cockfosters that's fucked. Okay, so Cockfosters says it doesn't have a line associated, that's why it broke. This is good, this is why I wanted to check it. So we need to find Cockfosters, which is here, and look at which line goes to it. The line that goes to it is Piccadilly. Okay, so let's assign Piccadilly to Cockfosters. There we go. So that error was good because it... Yeah, there was a broken reference in there. Okay, we got another null reference. So checking Bakerloo against Harrow and Wealdstone. Bakerloo against Harold and Wealdstone. Yeah, everything looks good. Yeah. So it's probably the one after that again, right? Yeah. Heathrow's terminal. Yeah. Okay, our two Heathrow airports don't know which lines they belong to. So let's find Heathrow. They're both going to connect to the Piccadilly line. See, I'm glad I did this. Okay. Yeah, they both now say. Let's just sanity check this, make sure they've all got that. There's a missing line there. King's Cross is missing a line. Oh, I know why. Because there was... Ah, that line we deleted. That's probably the line we deleted. That's fine. We'll just take that one out. We deleted a line and I guess King's Cross went to it, but we don't care about it anymore because that line didn't really go anywhere. Okay, everything else looks... Oh, that must have been the one... Uxbridge. Metropolitan. I don't know, because it does look like Uxbridge does have two lines. Piccadilly and Metropolitan more like. Pretty sure. Okay, weird. Yeah, okay. That should be fine now. Okay, so there you go. It's working as intended. Oh, we got a couple of warnings in there. Right, so if we read our console, this is so cool. It warns us that Station Euston is not in any journey for the Victoria line. So Station Euston is apparently connected to the Victoria line, But our Victoria line cannot get to Station Euston. Victoria. True! So where is Station Euston? Okay. So it should be directly after King's Cross, before Oxford Circus. Okay. So it's there. There it is. Fixed it. Okay, now we can get to Euston. What was our next one? Warning, Kensington Olympia not found in any route for the Northern Line. So, right. First things first. Find Kensington Olympia. There it is. And we're looking at the Northern Line. Kensington Olympia. Wait, Kensington Olympia? Nah, the Kensington... Okay, that must be a mistake. There's no way that line goes to Kensington Olympia. So that's a mistake in Kensington's setup, I think. But according to our... That's weird. That's a mistake. According to our setup, that's the only line that is at Olympia, Kensington Olympia. It's hard to tell which one is Kensington Olympia. Is it this one here? If it's this one here, it is actually District Line, not Northern Line. Yeah, I think I just fucked up. So it should be accessible by District Line, not Northern Line. Okay. King's Cross not found in any route for the Circle Line. Really? True. But so it must be Paddington, King's Cross, Liverpool Street then. It must be. Okay. Paddington, King's Cross, Liverpool Street. Okay, there we go. We fixed that. Is that the last one? Nope. King's Cross not found for Hammersmith and City. Hammersmith and City. It doesn't look like Hammersmith and City connects to King's Cross, but apparently it does. I suppose this station could be huge, right? It could come all the way down here. Probably does. If that's the case, it should be between Liverpool Street and like Euston or something. Paddington, Liverpool Street. So it wants to be before Liverpool Street. There we go, fixed. North Woolwich not found in any route for National Rail Line. North Woolwich, where's North Woolwich? North Woolwich. Not found for any route in for the National Rail Line. Yeah, it definitely should be. So North Woolwich should be after Stratford. Wait. This doesn't even go to Stratford apparently. What the fuck? Richmond. It should be Richmond to Stratford. I said Richmond to Westminster. Where does that line diverge that way as well? Ah, fuck. Shit. Which one is this National Rail? I don't see how it goes to Westminster. That's got to be a mistake. I think I followed the wrong line. This should go from Richmond to Stratford. I don't know what the hell is going on there. I must have made a mistake. Richmond to Stratford to North Woolwich. Richmond not found in any route for District Line. Show me the where. Okay, one thing at a time. Where is? Oh, motherfucker. Where's Richmond? Richmond is down here. And which line is the District Line? Okay, so Richmond should be a start point for one of these routes, and then it should go on to Westminster, maybe even Ealing Broadway. Richmond. We got Ealing Broadway, we got Wimbledon, we got Paddington. Yeah, okay, let's make sure we get a route in there for... So we need to add a route D. So what would it be? Richmond to Westminster to Barking to Upminster. Okay. So we need to add route D to district. Orange district. Okay. Fucking hell, it just goes on and on. Uxbridge not found in any route for Metropolitan Line. Uxbridge. Okay, Uxbridge is over there. Metropolitan Line is the pink one. So Uxbridge should go on to, I would think, Liverpool Street. Yeah. Uxbridge should go on to Liverpool Street. What is this? The Metropolitan Line? Yeah. So a route E. A route E would be from Uxbridge to Liverpool Street. And we need to add to Metropolitan Line. Where's Metropolitan Line gone? A route E. Okay. And last but not least, Woolwich Arsenal not found in any route for Docklands. Woolwich Arsenal. Should go Woolwich Arsenal. I doubt we could make that turn to Beckton. I think we'd have to go this way. Onto Bank. Woolwich Arsenal onto Bank. Or Bank onto Woolwich Arsenal, I guess. There we go. So we got a new route D for Docklands. D for Docklands. Beautiful. Is that it? That seems to be it. Let's run it again. Let's let it sanity check it again. We might still have issues. Alright, are we good? It checks every single station against every single line, against every single route, and they are now all reachable. Beautiful. Okay, so is it perfect? Maybe not. There could be some routes we're missing, but the main thing is every single station is reachable through at least one route, through at least one line. So which proves that like we could get from any station to any station now in the game. So it would be physically possible to get to whichever station we want. So there should be like a reachable route from any source to any destination now. Again, maybe there are more options than what we've covered. There are some routes I didn't add because it looked like the corners would be too sharp or whatever, and I don't know if that's how it works in the real world. I don't know how much I care if that's how it works in the real world, if I'm being honest. Because, like, I'm not really going for 100% realism, right? I'm just going for, like, it's just a nice thing to base it on because it's like a real world thing. But it's, you know, I'm not really bothered if it's 100% accurate or not. Well, it's not gonna be 100% accurate anyway. Alright, I think we're gonna leave it there because I need to order some food. We're having takeaway for Christmas Eve. And I'm bloody starving, if I'm being honest. I've had one sausage roll all day. I am dieting though, so it's I'm definitely losing some weight. Thank God, I fucking needed to. But it's rough. It is rough. Alright, I think this is a great place to leave it. So everything, like, we can back this up. We know that every station is reachable through at least one line. So now we just need to, like, flesh out some logic where we can say, okay, you know, you're going to traverse the lists to figure out which stations you're going to pass, which lines you need to change. And we can do, like, route planning now. So if the player wants to go from one station to another. And then once we have that system in place, then I want to spline out all these rails to then get our trains running on them. And then I want to try and marry those two systems together. So try to automate all of the rail travel. And have it so that you can pick one station or another station. And, you know, it will go through the lines from station to station. And actually, you know, you'll actually be traveling around. So lots and lots still to do. But that is... You need the data to be, you know, usable, and we're getting usable data now. So we've marked which stations are next to each other. They have a physical relationship to each other. There are lines that connect stations to stations. So like I said, now I just need to spline all that out. That's going to take ages. Spline it all out so that we have rails with Merry Crimbus. Cabby, yeah, he joined me just as I'm about to leave. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you too. I'm going to order some food in a second because we're having a takeaway for Christmas Eve. And I'm so hungry. I've only eaten a sausage roll all day. Hope you're having a good one. But yeah, I've gone and This is pretty cool. I now have a system where I can do route planning that'll take me from any station to any station. And then so I can use that system to then build upon. And then we can have trains that will run around the actual stations. So that'll be cool. That's quite good for 4 hours work, actually. I'm quite pleased with myself. We've done quite a bit there. Yeah, I'm happy with that. It's looking good. But yeah, I just think it'd be cool to like make a little train simulator that can go from station to station and then do some like gameplay centered around each station. So like a station might have requests for like resources or passengers, or maybe you got to fight enemies at the station or whatever. So I guess I'm just trying to rip off that gacha game that's already tried it. But that game did a lot of things. First of all, there's only a handful of stations there. Secondly, that game, yeah, it's just undercooked. But I want to make my own version of that, basically. I'd be fascinated with the idea of it. And so I thought, well, what better than the London Underground to just work with? Because we already have the sort of shape of it imported in here, so we can just convert this into actual world geometry. Make some little underground tube stations and stuff. It'd be great. I'm hyped. I think this will be a really fun project. And I know how to do it all. It's not like I'm missing any know-how for any of this. It should be pretty straightforward. And I think it'll make a fun, engaging game as well. Alright, I'm going to leave it there. Order some food. I don't know. I might even stream tomorrow. It depends what's going on. I don't know how busy it's going to be. I haven't started a project in a long time. I always do this. It's so weird. I can't tell you how many big projects I've started on either like Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. But I think that makes sense because, like, I don't know, I'm a bit of a loner, and so I'm not really a very social person either. So when everybody else is socializing, I don't know, I wouldn't say it like depresses me or whatever, but I think maybe I get more motivated to get, you know what I mean, to get deeper into something that I want to get into, and then I have less distractions and stuff like that. So it is weird, but it does seem to be a very creative time of the year for me. Like, while everybody else is busy doing social things that isn't really my kind of thing, I tend to like buckle down on some really, like, yeah, I've started some really big projects across, like I say, either like Christmas or New Year tends to be a very, I don't know, common time for me to like get into something big. Weird, but yeah, I guess it makes sense, like I said, given that I'm not really much of a socialite or whatever, and maybe it helps me just kind of, you know, take my mind off feeling sorry for myself or whatever. Not that I would, but you know what I mean. I guess if I let myself, I could. So maybe that's why. But yeah, each to their own, right? We're not all built like that, I guess. Oh, missed it. Gotta go shopping soon. Sadly, it's gonna be a pain. Oh, Christmas Eve. Yeah, I went out to get some milk earlier because my mum ran out of milk. Sent me over the shop. It was absolute madness, and that was about 11:30 this morning, I think. And yeah, I imagine it's still crazy now. But yeah, hopefully it's not too bad for you, and you can put your feet up and enjoy your Christmas without too much concern. So yeah, I don't know, I might jump on tomorrow at some point, I don't know, it depends what's going on. I know I'm definitely going to be working on this. Definitely. I'm really excited for this. But yeah, I don't know yet. Alright, I will see you when I see you.
They put
Have a good
Christmas
Christmas.
make you in Fortnite. I saw this morning. Lol, make you happy.
Oh, really? Now you know I have to look at that. Like, I can't not have that. I can't not have that. I also couldn't not have the New Girl's Frontline outfit. So I bought all of the Sumoi, is it? Sumoi, my waifu, my waifu's outfits because they had like
Sumida.
Suomi, that's it. Suomi has a new Christmassy outfit, and it also had like an alternative mix and match accessories version. I bought both of them like an idiot. So yeah, I now have quite a lot of outfit choices, even though I haven't really been playing the game that long. They are getting me good. They are getting me good. All right, I'm gonna go and order some food. I'm starving. And have a good one if I don't speak to you before then. Merry Christmas. And I'll
Alrighty,
catch you
take
next
care.
time. You too. Bye.